order that's good till canceled, and then we're clicking on this sprocket, which brings up our conditional order entry. We're going to say if and or when Generac goes above 164.03, we want out. 164.03, or if it goes below 151.16, we want out. We want out. Okay. And then when we come to confirm and send, we're going to read this out loud. We want to buy a call because we're bullish, right? Right. We're paying $470. How much could we lose? $470 plus that transaction fee of 65%. It's saying the max profit is infinite, but we're just looking for what we call a base hit. Yeah. So, well, a base, a hammer candle at a support level can be considered to be bullish. So, and we want to get out if it goes above 164.03, check, or if it goes below 151.16, check. So we're going to put this in our long call group. And notice that this is a 1 ATR with an out of the money strike, just so we can look at that afterwards. Okay. Okay. Fire in the hole. And you know, just because we've requested an exit at one price or another, it doesn't guarantee that we're going to necessarily get that price. If it gaps up, we could be doing the happy dance because we could be out at a higher, you know, return than we were anticipating. And if it gaps down, you know, we could be, you know, crying the blues. So this is why we're position sizing based on max loss and not position sizing based on saying, well, I don't think I'd lose more than 50%. You know, we're not position sizing based on maybe. We're position sizing based on how much we could lose. And that's how much we could lose. Okay, so let's come and look at, here at, now, today is sponsored by the letter G, so it would seem. We're gonna look at Goldman Sachs. So Goldman Sachs, and if you're not familiar with a company, if you come and you click on the Analyze tab, it will tell you, you know, this is in the financial space. But, you know, it's done well, hasn't it? Up 35% in the last year, up 26% year to date. So, you know, it's been doing a bit of all right. You know, its earnings is now behind us. So from the chart basis, you know, this is a little different than Generac in a couple of key ways. Now, the main thing that is different is that this one hit a high and pulled back, where with Generac, you know, it's basically sitting kind of right around that old high. You know, that like this intraday high was 161, but it's at a 1-year high. Where with Goldman Sachs, we could put a swing target in place, couldn't we? You know, it's sitting at 487, 3 trading days ago. It hit an intraday high of 509. So we could do a swing trade and just trade it back to 509. Now, we could also, you know, and if you're looking at this, this could be a bull flag. So some could say, well, a target could be the length of the flag. But, you know, if we had a 1 ATR target, so this would be a second example, what would that be? So when we look at Goldman Sachs, a swing target might be, you know, 509. And then our trading plan with that is different, because we would say, well, if this option then loses half its value, that's when we would exit. That's one example of a swing trade kind of trading plan. But if we did a 1 ATR target, what's the 1 ATR on this? It's about 1015. So if we look at this 1015, well, let me just come over here. Yeah, about 1015, $10.15 is about what it's been moving. And this is a $480 stock. And so this is why, you know, I wanted to talk about out of the money calls, because often we've looked at this and said, okay, well, we can't do this as a call. This is a $500 stock. And so we're going to look at another out of the money call, and we're going to compare this one to a swing target and then to a long call vertical. Because, you know, in this class, often we would look at this and go, $500 stock, one ATR isn't even a possibility. So we're just going to look at a long call vertical. But if we say, well, if we go out of the money far enough, maybe we could. So we're going to look at that. Our target on this is Goldman Sachs. Today's high is 489.47, and today's low 482.38. So our target 489.47 plus 10.15. So 489.47 plus 10.15. So 499.62. And then our exit on this would be 482.38 minus 10.15. 482.38 minus 10.15. Okay, that's 472. Yep, 499.62, 472.23. Thank you to Ron and AP514 for double checking my math. I appreciate it. Okay, so let's go out and see what we got on the trade tab. So if we come out to September, again, like we're going to have to come out to the 520 strike if we wanted to do this, and that has a delta of 24. But if I think 24, that's about 5%, right? So for a $1 move, 24 divided by 520, you know, that's still a 4.6% for a dollar move. That would give us a 4.6% gain, and we're looking for, you know, a $10 move. And so it's kind of a way to estimate how much you might benefit. So we're going to give it a shot, because typically in this class, we wouldn't have even considered this. So we're going to, you know, go out on our skinny branch, you know, although not so skinny, because we put a lot of thought into why we're doing it, the risk we're taking, the trend, all of that stuff, right? And then we're going to come to single order, first trigger sequence. We're going to right click, create an opposite order, and make this a market order that's good till canceled. Hit our sprocket, and then enter our target, 499.62. And then, like, are these set it and forget it trades? No, my friends, we're going to look at these every day. And this one, because it's almost $500 a share, if it doesn't hit our target tomorrow, at the end of the trading day, we might say, you know what, we're going to look at the low of that candle for tomorrow, and then snug the stop up. And because it's so expensive, we might say to $2 below the low of the day, just because it's a $500 stock. You know, if it's a $50 stock, we'd make it 20 cents or 50 cents. 472.23. Save. Confirm and send. So Barb, I talked about doing 3 different trades on this. So the first one is this one ATR, because we do have an option to do a swing trade on this, which we didn't have really on Generac. Okay, so we're going to do one trade here. Our max loss 535. Although it says our profit's infinite, we're saying, hey, if this goes up the amount it's moved in an average day over the last 14 days, we'd like to take our win little win, and be a happy camper. So we're going to make this this is a 1 ATR, and then we're going to compare to a swing trade and a long call vertical. I'm just going to write LCV. Okay. So we're going to send. Now we're going to come back here, same strike, same expiration, and we're going to buy another one. And only this time we're buying custom with an OCO bracket. So why, this is just another way of putting in an OCO order. The other one was a one cancels the other also. But with this one, we're going to put our stop in at half and say, hey, if this loses half its value and gets to the point where it's worth about say 65, we would like to shut it down, which is about half of 535. So, and then we're going to also say, well, we're going to make the target the same so that it's kind of close to being apples to apples. So our target was this target was 499.62. Our swing target would, technically if we went right to the tippy top, 509.48. What if we just made it knocked $1 off it, made it 508.48? Okay. So we're going to come to the trade tab and we're going to come to market, good till canceled, sprocket, which is where we put in our conditional order. And this time we're just putting in 1 to say, hey, we're going to make this 508.48. Okay, 508.48. Okay, we'll change the swing target. Well, I'll have to put that in after. Save, confirm, and send. Now, how much can we lose? The same amount, 535. We want to exit when it comes up and hits our target at 508.48, or if it loses about half its value. Okay, and we're going to put that in our long call group as well. And then we're going to make a note that this is a swing target that we are going to compare to the 1 ATR and the long call vertical. Okay. So fire in the hole. Now somebody asked a great question. They said, like, where do we see these notes that we're making? And I'm going to put in this last trade and then I'll show you where to see them. I also did a trade management mini session on notes, how to put them in and where you can see them, all the places you can see them. So you may want to go and watch that. It's just a couple of minutes long. But you can see here on the order history, this is in an account statement. If you click on it, it'll tell you, it'll bring up the note. So that's on a past trade. Because we placed a trade on Disney and it hit our target this morning. That was a bearish trade. And then when you come to activities and positions, so these are the orders that got filled today. And when you click on those, you can see. Now tomorrow, they won't be infilled orders anymore. They're going to be in working orders. And so we can then come along this side and click on our notes here. The other thing you can do is you can add a column. You can customize your column. And if you want to include notes, you can include notes. So you can see here on Generac, there's a note because we added that notes column. Now, some people say, like, that's just too many columns. I don't want that many. You don't have to put it there. But there's lots of places we can see it. Okay. So let's go in and add our long call vertical. So then we'll have the 3 to compare it to. So we're going to come to the trade tab. Now, we don't want to go out to September on this. Like, we want more like that 25 days. And we don't want to trade that over earnings. So, and earnings is behind us, unlike Generac where earnings was coming up. So if we did, it's at 486, and what we tend to do is straddle or bracket so that it doesn't have to move all that far. Like we have Okay, so let me change my layout. I'm going to come to Barb's Basics with Probability and the Money. And if you want to see how to customize something, you can, I did something on how to customize your option chain in those mini sessions also. Brent, if you could put the link in for the mini sessions, that'd be great. But we're going to look at this 485 and the 490. And the probability of this being in the money at expiration is about 45%. But it's got a almost a 91% chance of coming up and at least kissing the 490. And what might that mean? It might mean that we have a bit of a pop in the value of this option, and our trading plan for this, and in the mini sessions, there's an example trading plan for a long call vertical. Our trading plan says when we have about a 50% gain, we're going to be good to go. Oh, sorry, we wanted 485 and 490. And so this is going to cost us $265. How much could we lose? $265. Okay. And so we're going to look at that and say, well, if it's I'll call it 270 now, it's going up as we speak, times 0.15, we want to exit when this is worth about $4.05. So is that max gain? No, it's not. Like our max profit potential on this is $232. And how much could we lose? $268. So if we did 2 contracts, about 540, which would make it kind of closer in value to the other trades that we placed. But we're saying like, hey, 268, if we can make about $1.40 on this or something like that, we'd be pretty happy. So we're going to snug the stop up tomorrow, Jack, on the 1 ATR trade if it doesn't hit the target. And we're expecting not to be in that 1 ATR trade by the end of the week. Swing trade either. We expect that those are going to be shorter term. This one tends to take a little bit longer, but if it moves quickly, we could be out of this one fairly quickly also. So we're going to do 2 contracts here, single order, first trigger sequence, right click, create an opposite order, and we want to get out if and or when this is worth 405. If this goes down and we're down 50%, we want to exit also. Margin, so this is a long call vertical, and we're going to compare to our 1 ATR and swing trade. With the long calls. Okay. Now, I've taken some flack for doing this on occasion because people will say, like, I just want you to tell me the best trade to take and then take that trade. But it just depends on your temperament as a trader. So some might say, well, really the best trade is the 1 ATR because chances are we'll be in or out tomorrow. Others might say, well, I really like the long call vertical. It may take it may take a few days, but the probability of success looks the highest of the 3 because of the shorter time frame. And others might like the swing trade, and they might say, well, I think we could make the most on that. But it all depends on how much the stock moves. And if it starts lollygagging about, then none of these trades might be successful. I'm not trying to hem and haw, but it depends. It depends. And any of these can work. So if you don't want to risk more than $300, you might say, well, then really the long call vertical is the best strategy for me, because with the others I had to go fairly far out of the money and I was risking 500. So, you have to go with your heart and with your rules. Now, could we do something similar with Netflix? And we're on the other side of earnings. So we've got earnings behind us. Could we do a swing trade? And could we buy shares of stock? And you might say, well, we don't have that big an account. Well, you're right, we don't. But, we could do a 1 ATR trade. We could buy some shares of stock and say, hey, when this gets back up around $6 you know, 97. So like that's a $50 move. You know, that's a $50 move. You know, that's not shabby. So you could buy stock. Well, how much stock? Well, not very many shares, but if you said, my max position size is $5,000, and I'm going to divide that by 649, I'm rounding. So we could buy 7 shares. So, and if we wanted to do that as a swing trade, now what's the benefit over that, over doing something like a 1 ATR, is that if the trade lollygags about, you're still in it. And you haven't lost anything, where, you know, there's a time decay component to an option that you don't have with a stock. So let's look at that. And then I did promise that I would look at AMAT today. So we're going to take a quick look at AMAT. So we're going to come to the trade tab. We're going to put our stop. So where was Friday's low? Friday's low was 629.12. 629.12. So we're going to go 3% below that. 629.12 times 0.97. So that's 610. 610.24. And then our target is going to be, let's call it 690. Let's make it 695. So it's close to that top, but not right at the top. Okay. So trade. We're going to buy 7 shares because that's what we can afford. And we're going to buy custom with an OCO bracket. We're going to put our target at 695. And we're going to put our exit at 610.24. And we're going to make both of these good till canceled. And so if you don't want to do the math on how much you're risking and how much you can make, so we're risking $38 a share times 7 shares. So if I multiply that times, 38 times 38. So we're risking about $300. Now, again, there's no guarantee that you're going to make that, right? And if I take 7 times, what could we make? About $46 a share times 46. So we could make about 322. Okay. So it's not quite a 1-to-1. So we're going to put that in our stock with targets group. Oh, I have 100 shares. Yeah, that order would have bounced, wouldn't it? You guys are so on top of things. I'm always so impressed. Paying attention. Okay, and then I'm going to clip that little firecracker and turn it into a paper clip. And then when I hit enter, it'll make my exit quantities match. So guys, I had promised that we would go look at AMAT. So let's have a quick look at AMAT because we did a short put vertical on AMAT. And then we did a short, a long call vertical. And so this has bounced. And so we still have a couple of weeks. You know, we have till August 9th. And so for this one, we position sized accordingly. We're just going to continue to watch it daily. And as long as it continues to move up, we'll hopefully be managing the damage. And if it doesn't move up, if it moves down again, then we're going to lick our wounds and exit the position. So, because right now we're down by almost 300, but we've earned back 187.50 of what we had lost. And so, you know, we want this to continue to decline in value. And so we're just going to be patient. And because we position sized appropriately, we can afford to be patient. So guys, thank you very much for joining me. It's like our 45 minutes, it comes and goes so fast. I'm sorry I didn't get to review the Disney trade. We did make a little bit on that. It came down and hit our target this morning. So there was our Disney trade that we placed on Friday. It went down and hit our target. And so you'll see in the filled orders that we sold that bearish put that we had put on Disney. We did a call on Generac. Then we did 3 trades on Goldman Sachs. We did 2 calls, one with an ATR target, one with a swing target, and then we did a long call vertical, and then we bought some shares. So like we have done a lot with our 45 minutes. Here's my ask. Please hit the like button. It lets other people know you found this content valuable, and it lets Brent and I know you found this content valuable. So we thank you for that. Hit the subscribe button. If you're not already a member of this community, it's free, and you want to make sure that you are part of it. So do that. And then last but not least, join us in the land of Twitter, now known as X. So Brent Moore CS, Barb Armstrong CS. Would love to have you part of that community. I don't believe there's a survey today, but they come along fairly frequently. So, and if you ever have something that you want to share with me, go in and put it in the comment section. Let me know topics you'd like me to cover in future. I'd be happy to do that. So guys, that's a wrap. Thanks to Brent for being here. Thanks to our production team for continuing to do an amazing job. And thanks to all of you for being here. Up next, James Boyd. Stay tuned.
put it on one of the headings. And then also, of course, we could also see it in the charts as well. So if you're watching this on recording, I'm going to share with you in the description the transcript, okay? But what we are really going to be doing is we're going to be talking really about the transcript on the chart, okay? Now, when we talk about this transcript, trend 1, 2, 4, 5. If you want to see a little bit more about that, we've talked about that. Make sure that you right-click on the heading, edit the formula, and that way you can see the reading of what that script is showing. That's not the only place you can see that, okay? But that is a place. What we really want to get to here today is we want to go to the charts, okay? Now, what I want to do is I want to bring up this chart, and I'm going to bring up this one right here. I'm going to also share with you right now the transcript for the market watch and also the script for these charts that we'll be looking at here today. Okay, so let me just do this real quick and go back to the market watch, right click, edit formula. Now, many of you already have this. I just want to make sure we're all on the same page and being 100% fair. Okay, so that what I just sent to you is the transcript for the market watch. Okay, now when we go to the charts, I'm going to go back to, for example, this little, well, not that. I'm going to kind of go back to this. Let me save it one more time just so we can be all on the same page, and that would be great. And save, and there you go. Okay, now let me send this out to you. I'm going to share this 3-grid with you. Okay, and let me put that right there, and it is also right there in the chat. So if you took that last script that I sent to you, like any other time, the very top right, and now just copy and paste in. Okay, it doesn't get any easier than that. Set up, open shared item, and just copy and paste in. Once you do that, you can only really do one thing. You either click preview or cancel. We're going to click preview, and now you see it's a little 3-grid, just like I just showed you, and we'll say import that. And I'm not going to import it because I already have it, okay? But you're going to import it if you want to. Now, let's kind of go back to kind of getting some work done here today. So once you have this 3-grid, how do you kind of get it to magnify? Well, what we're going to do is we're going to click on the 3 lines on that first chart. And this chart, for example, is your basic chart that we always use, okay? Pretty standard. It's a whole moving average, okay? We've talked about that before. This is not what we're talking about right now. This is a basic chart. So if you want that basic chart, which many of you have kind of asked, there she is, and it's in all its glory, okay? Second chart, how do we go to the next chart? Got a back arrow, forward arrow. We're just going to go the forward arrow, and it gets us to the second of 3 charts. Now, the difference now, what you're going to see is on this chart, we actually have, let's call it an oscillator at the bottom. We'll come to that in just a little bit. We also have the MACD. We'll come to that in a little bit. And now what I'm going to do is I'm going to really zoom in on this, okay? Now, what you're now going to notice is we see differences in the colors of the candles. Okay, so let me go back to that first chart. You're going to kind of see we just had red and green candles. Now what you're going to notice is we see kind of like red colored candles, lighter green, darker green, orange, purple, and so on. Those color of the candles are in reflection of and run parallel to what we see on the market watch, okay? Now, what I want to kind of do is I want to kind of establish like what type of, how can we use this? Number one, some investors might consider this on an intraday basis. That's not our focus, but could. We could also do this on a daily chart. We could also do this on, let's say, a monthly chart. It could be applicable for stocks, okay? Options, okay, futures, and Forex, okay? I don't know why, but living in Europe, I'm always interested by Forex, okay? And the biggest thing, it could be used for the entries and the exits, and I want to repeat, this is a huge one. We're also trying to use this to adjust strategies when the color of the candle changes. Question mark. And that what that might be is maybe a stock to a covered call, okay? Or maybe a stock to a collar, okay? Something like that. Maybe it's, let's say, a short put to a long call, okay? And I should really say there, short put and then adding a long call, or a stock position, okay, and add more stock. So really, when we kind of see these color of the candles change, that can mean different things for different people. I gave you some examples of what that might be. Now, what I want to do is I want to kind of bring up a chart and kind of start to break down kind of how we can read this. So what I want to do is I want to go back to IXE, which is the consumer discretionary sector, and here it is. And what you're now going to notice is we have like where it was going green, 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 and just remember, green is your favorite friend, okay? When I used to ride dirt bikes, I rode Kawasaki. That's not a recommendation, but the fender was green. There was a reason for that, okay? So, because maybe it matched some of the candles on the chart. I'm just saying, not a recommendation, okay? Not a recommendation to ride a bike either, okay? Dirt bike, that is. Now, what you're gonna notice is we go from green to purple, and what's the difference there? Well, what we can do is once you have this chart, we can, for example, go right to the test tube where it says edit studies. And what I'm going to do is I want to now go down to this shared script right there, shared trend. Now, when I click on that, how do we get there? go to the test tube. And now what we're going to see is down at the very bottom, you're going to see a script, okay? Now, if you said, I don't know what's making those colors, remember what we can actually do is read, okay? And this is where we kind of had some problems lately where some people are asking questions, but they're not. I'm giving a concise answer, but there's no follow through. So it's like I'm talking to a wall, okay? Which is not really that great, okay? So the biggest thing is I want you to be able to click on that shared trend, and I want you to read, okay? What is the study doing? Read that, okay? Go down to this too. What is two? What's making the color? And it tells us stocks in one will have a dark red background. Scroll down to the next reading, okay? And we can see the stocks in that will have a light green background. I want us to read. I feel like my English teacher here, okay? But now I know how she felt when she told me that, okay? So now I've been fully pumped, okay? So now what you're going to see is if I scroll down, I can see what is causing the colors of the candles, okay? And last one, 5, okay? Now, if this is too much for you, maybe you just kind of break this up in a little 2-minute segment each. I'm joking with you, okay? You can read the whole thing immediately, okay? Read that, okay? Now, what we're going to go ahead and do is, so when we see charts that are dropping down like this, you're going to see the color of the candle, A, reflects momentum. It affects potentially the strategy potentially chosen, but it also is showing the current trend at that time. So when we see these red colored candles, boo, it only goes up for 1 or 2 days on the light green candles, sells off again. 1 to 2 days on the light green candle, sell off again. Again, that is your classic example of losing momentum. You break the trend, okay? And then it goes from an uptrend to downtrend. And I'm going to talk more about that in just a sec. And I've never explained it the way I want to explain it here today. Now, the vice versa of this is when that stock goes up, gets its head above a 10-day exponential moving average, light green.
Two. Yo, if you guys are loving the show, make sure y'all subscribe and stay connected to us. We got big things coming. Show's greater than ever. We're gonna take a quick little break. When we come back, we're gonna beat this bad boy. It's Money Buddha, the Money Buddha Show, Resident Evil horror event. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're back. He come through this bitch if he want to. We gotta go to war chat. We gotta go to. It ain't no way for him to come out. That's why he keep going that way. When he go down these steps, he comes down the steps and comes out into this. He come right into this shit, and this shit is just 2 doors. He got it. The only way he can leave is if he go. He gotta go back up the steps like we gotta go back up the steps onto this floor. He right here. This door is blocked. He gotta come up. He gotta do what we gotta do, cause this is the final room. We almost done. We go up. He gotta go up onto this floor. That's where he just came. He followed me. He almost killed me right here on these steps. We came out onto the balcony. He followed me down. Oh, hold on. There's another way. Oh, we go. I can go this way. We can go this way and get off the floor. Then we're gonna end up on the other side of the map though. And we gotta go down there anyway to get to get here. We might have to run over and then swing over that way and make this the last piece on our way back over. So we're gonna go do 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 bing. Then we're gonna go bong. Then we're gonna go da dang, bong, bing, wang. Did he open that door? Is this what door he opened? Yeah, he wants to slam this door. What did he open?
At a premium to or a discount to its underlying index, and it's going to have its own forces.
Hold on, right quick. We'll be right back.
Even say 1 million shares average daily volume. Okay. So here's what we've got. Now I've got all ETFs intersected with weeklies. So we're looking at now ETFs that trade weekly options that have a lot of volume and are seeing positive percentage change today. Okay. So now I'm going to click on scan. And I've got 57 results here in this list that meet those characteristics. And as a matter of fact, if we were to sort this alphabetically, you're going to see that some of those ETFs that we've talked about before fall into this list, right? Here's the IWM that we looked at. There is, let's see, the real estate ETF, by the way. There's KRE, which is the regional banks. There's SPY, which we looked at just a few minutes ago. There's the Qs. So you've got ETFs in here that kind of meet those characteristics. There's the diamonds that track the Dow Jones Industrial, the Dow Jones 30. So now I started thinking about this, and I started thinking, well, wait a second. Our ultimate goal was originally to get to the ETFs that would maybe give us exposure to the small caps. Here's where I strayed from the path. What I started to think about here in this particular case, right? What I started to think about in this case was, how could I filter this list according to those that had exposure to small caps? So Saad asks, can we show one more time how I got to this setup screen? Yep, absolutely. So I went to the scan tab at the top of the page. I'm on the stock hacker. I went over here and I reset everything first. So I kind of reset all my filters. Then I went to scan in all ETFs. We added just all ETFs. We intersected that with weeklies, all right? Weekly options right there. And now I've got a list of ETFs that trade weekly options that are ETFs, right? And then I adjusted my filters right here. I only want to see those that have 1 million shares daily volume and positive percentage change, right? Just positive percentage change. I'm not looking specifically for a specific amount of positive percentage change, just better than 0, right? And then I ran the scan and I got 57 results, okay? As a matter of fact, let me do this really quickly here. Before I add anything else into this mix, let me do this. I'm going to share this scan with you. We'll call this weekly options ETFs with volume, okay? And I'll click on share, and I'm going to put this back out here into the chat. Remember that these are not guaranteed as to accuracy or results or performance or anything else or time, right? Okay. So Wiley says, wait a second, what if we were to do this? What if we were to intersect with the Russell 1000 or the Russell 3000, the small cap components? The Russell 1000 has kind of a blend. The Russell 2000 is primarily focused on small caps. So if we were to do that, then we might get to those that are exposed to small caps. Let's see if that works, because that's kind of an interesting perspective, right? So what if we were to do this? What if we were to do another condition group? Well, actually, let's do this. Let's add a filter, and let's go down here to stock, and let's say, all right, wait, let's see, scroll down here. Is there something that we could add to this mix? And here's where I kind of lost my train here. Was I went to market cap, right? So assuming that market capitalization in this case was referring to the underlying stocks within the ETF, let's see if anybody else has spotted the problem here. Because if I start to say, all right, I want a particular market cap low, and I don't want these big market cap numbers. I want to bring this down. Let's keep that under, what is it, 80 million? Let's keep it right there. And we'll run that scan down. Now, the problem with that I realized is that this market cap filter, this market cap filter refers to, right? This market cap filter refers to the ETF and not the underlying components, right? And not the underlying components. Oh, okay, then thank you. I appreciate you doing that. So that doesn't get me anything. That doesn't give me exposure because I still have Brazil and I still have all these other things in here, right? That doesn't give me the right exposure. So I thought, well, fine. Well, I can click off that. I went with Wiley's idea, which was search on ETFs and then intersect with the index, in this case, Russell 2000, and a random scan, and the results were essentially non-existent, right? And that's the problem. This scan, so I'm going to take back to what we had before. We'll take this back to weeklies. This scan would be really good for finding ETFs that are liquid, that are have a particular volume and stock characteristic, that have weekly options, that kind of stuff. What it does not do is just that ability to kind of dig that next layer deeper from here. So what I did from here, and this is something that is, and I know Connie has talked a little bit about this as well, that can be helpful. So what I did, I went over to my Schwab.com login for this account, logged in, and I went to the research tab, and I went to ETFs. And now what I'm going to use in this particular case is the ETF screener. Okay, and I'm going to build an ETF screener here in Schwab.com that's going to look for ETFs that are exposed to small caps, have exposure to small caps, and to the small cap index. So I'm going to come over here and left click, and I'm going to create my own scan, right? My own screen in this case. So what I'm going to do, the first thing that I'm going to do is I'm going to come down this list of criteria to fund exposure. And I open that up, and what I see right off the bat here, I see exposure to small caps. Now I could do it a couple different ways. I can do market cap style, and that gives me some additional choices here: small cap growth, small cap value, small cap blend. Okay, I could choose those. I could do it that way. Or I could choose small cap exposure and set a threshold amount for how much of the underlying componentry of the ETF fell into that small cap segment, right? So you do either way. So I can do it this way: small cap exposure. I want more small cap exposure than not. Therefore, I want greater than 50% exposure to small caps, and that's what I'm going to choose. So now, out of the pantheon of ETFs, I've got 157 that have greater than 50% of their underlying components as small caps, small cap stocks, right? And I use this as my first level and scan through this, save those as a watch list, and bring it back in. And that's maybe one of the things that we could look at doing in a future discussion. But what I'm going to do now is I might add a couple things here. I might add, because I don't necessarily want to worry about right now, exposure to small caps in other countries, small caps in the USA, right? So greater than 50% exposure to small caps in the USA, okay? And that narrowed my list by about 11 stocks, right? Or 11 ETFs. So now, USA exposure greater than 50%, small cap exposure greater than 50%. That's my first kind of filter here. Now, the next thing that I might do is I might come down here and start to look at things like technical performance. I might also look at things like basic information. So let's do this. The one that I kind of missed here was average volume, right? So I'm going to click on average volume, and I'm going to say, remember, I want kind of ETFs to trade with about 1 million shares or more, right? About 1 million shares or more. And also, I'm going to click on 1 to 10 million and greater than 10 million. Now I've narrowed this. You notice here 13 total matches. The next thing that I'm going to add to this mix is optionable ETFs. So I want to make sure that they're optionable, that they have options. I'm going to click on optionables. I'm going to select yes. And now I've got 13 ETFs that have small cap exposure to US small caps, better than 1 million shares, average daily volume, and trade options. And I can click on view results. And now I can scroll down through this list. So there's IWM. That was the ETF that we talked about. There are a couple of others. Now, some of these have some pretty strong focus on sectors, but they are focused on those small caps because that's what gets us to this filter. There's the regional bank ETF, KRE. There's the iShares Russell 2000 ETF we talked about. There's the Core S&P Small Cap ETF, IJR. And we've got some leverage ones in here as well. But we can also kind of get a sense. We can sort this list by average volume. We say, all right, we've got IWM as the most liquid product there, and it is optionable. So if we want to get exposure to small caps, we could take IWM and we go back to our Thinkorswim platform, and we can say, all right, let's go to the charts, and let's plug in IWM, and let's take a look. Oh, and by the way, that looks just like the Russell 2000, pretty close. Before we do that, though, I want to do this. I want to pop over here to Schwab.com. I want to come right up here to the top, and I want to put in IWM, and we'll bring up the ETF. And what I wanted to look at here really quickly was this information right here in terms of fund strategy. The investment, this ETF, IWM, seeks to track the investment results of the Russell 2000 index, right? So I know that that's doing what I want it to do. It's replicating or trying to replicate the performance of the Russell 2000. The next thing I want to do is I want to scroll down here to holdings, okay? Because if I've got a stock portfolio that has lots of small caps in it, one of the things that I want to pay attention to is maybe becoming overexposed into 1 or 2 names, right? Bridget, this is how you do it, right? You scroll down, you look at it here in Schwab.com, you scroll down the list to the holdings of the ETF. And so you can see the top holding in IWM is INSM, INSMED, then FTAI, then FabriNet, then PCVX, and then Sprouts Farmers Market. And you can scroll down, and you can scroll down through this list. You can look at more. We can open that, and we can see more of those holdings. We can keep going down through that list. You can also see how much cash they hold. You can see how that blend kind of mixes together. They have 1,990 stocks in this ETF against the index of roughly 2,000 stocks. There are some that may not be active components that may not allow for addition to the ETF itself. You can also see sector breakdown of what sectors those stocks within the ETF focus on. And that's going to match pretty closely to the sector allocation of the Russell 2000 stock. Okay? Now, the other thing I want to show you, now we've done that, the other thing I want to show you, we'll hop over to the Fixed platform. And by the way, while I'm back over here to the Fixed platform, let me do a quick reminder. I already did this earlier, but click on that subscribe button down at the bottom of the page if you haven't done so before, because that's going to give you the access to create notifications for you to live new content and things like that. And it's no cost to you. So click on the subscribe button if you haven't done so already. So here's the Russell 2000. So we can see that it's maybe making this a little bit of a flag pattern right here. If we click over here on the trade tab, you can see Russell 2000. Then it's got lots of different expiration dates. It trades weeklies. In fact, because of the demand, the issuer, iShares, has added option expirations, right? So we've got expiration almost every single day on these options out to about 2 weeks out, right? So if you were looking at doing a short-term trade to take advantage of news-driven movement, you've got short-dated expirations. If you were looking at looking for long-term exposure, you've got longer-dated options as well. Now the question becomes, are these liquid options? Do these options have liquidity? So let's pick one here. Let's go to 23 August. Let's take a look at some bid-ask spreads here. And these bid-ask spreads are relatively tight, simply because there's a lot of trading activity and in this particular index and others. And so that typically tends to tighten up those bid-ask spreads. One of the things to consider trading ETFs is always the liquidity of the underlying shares, the underlying stocks. So we go back to those holdings and you think, how liquid are some of these holdings, right? And that becomes a challenge here in Russell 2000 because you're going to have some of those companies that make up the ETF that may not be very liquid, right? So something to consider. So it's always a good idea if you're looking at trading this and trading options on an ETF to make sure you understand the liquidity of the underlying shares of stock, the ETF itself, and the liquidity of the option contracts, so you don't have to get caught in a situation where there's a very wide bid-ask spread. I'll show you the difference here. So there's actually a mini product here. The mini in this particular case is called the MRUT. Okay? MRUT, M-R-U-T. It's a tenth the size of the IWM. Okay? So that's characteristics still tracks Russell 2000, but if you look at it too much, look at these options, you notice something in these options. Let's go to regular quarterly. And there's no liquidity in these options. Bid 0 by 10, right? I mean, it's the liquidity is not going to be fair. The market's closed. And that tends to wide bid-ask spreads. But it's something you want to pay attention to when looking at particular options when you are considering trading options on ETFs. Liquidity of the underlying stocks in the ETF, liquidity of the ETF itself, and liquidity of the options on the ETF. That's kind of a good three-way check to make sure that you're not getting caught behind 8 ball with wide bid-ask spreads and a lot of slippage. So let's go back to the IWM. So the last thing I wanted to do really quickly was that idea that I talked about in terms of hedging a stock portfolio. So here I have a stock portfolio, and I have some mega cap stocks in here. I have McDonald's, I have Apple, I have some mid cap stocks here in the Micron and Lockheed Martin and in Ford, and then I have some small cap stocks down here in L and Sia and UEC and Lunar, some micro cap stocks here against Lunar, right? So if I wanted to protect against this portfolio overall down, and I was seeing a rotation into small caps, one of the things that we're going to do, and I talked a little bit about this on Wednesdays in my Protective Strategies webcast, is we can beta weight this portfolio to a particular index, which means we're creating an apples-to-apples comparison. So I'm going to beta weight this to the RUT, the Russell 2000. So what I see is that this portfolio is pretty exposed directionally to the movement of the Russell 2000. So to the tune of about 105, which means that if the Russell goes up a dollar, my portfolio theoretically would go up 105. If the Russell were to go down a dollar, my portfolio would go down 105. So what that means is, if I wanted to reduce some of that exposure, to bounce some of that out a little bit, something that we could do, that a trader could do in this circumstance, in balancing that out, reducing some of that exposure, would be to go to a product like an ETF on that index. Now, remember, IWM, QQQ, SPY, those are going to have European style options, which means that they won't be exercised until they can't exercise until expiration. That changes some of the perspective in terms of some of the strategies. This particular case, literally, and we're going to look out here to about 25 days to go expiration, and we're going to take some of that exposure off. So what I'm going to do is I can change my layout here to some of the option Greeks. I'm going to include one of the option Greeks here in this particular case, Delta. Delta is the option Greek that gives us the sensitivity to directional price movement. So if I'm going to buy a put option, which gets more expensive if the price of the underlying goes down, if I were to buy, say for instance, an IWM put that had a negative 40 deltas, right? Negative 40 deltas, and I click on buy, and we would create this trade. Now what I'm doing is it has negative 40 deltas per contract. If I go over to the ladder tab, I can reduce that delta exposure by about 40 deltas by buying one contract of the IWM. I can reduce it by about 80 deltas if I were to buy 2 contracts and so on. So I can adjust the amount of exposure the Russell 2000 that my stock portfolio has by doing that beta weighting and utilizing an ETF tracking the performance of the index that I beta weighted this portfolio to. If you want to learn more about that, let me show you where to find more information on that particular idea. So we're going to go back over here to our Trader Talks webcast channel. We're just going to type in hedging, and right here, hedging with index options and ETFs. How much trouble you with? That's one you can use. I talk about that in that Protective Strategies webcast. I talk about your index short call verticals and a number of ways you can approach it. So that's great to learn more about that process. So with that being said, guys, I wanted to leave with that. So the things we talked about how to build a screener, not only the Thinkorswim platform, how to build a screener over here in Schwab.com, and then we talked a little bit about how you can take that information, plug it over here on the Thinkorswim platform, and use the tools that you found, the instruments you found to manage the exposure of a stock portfolio or add to existing ETF portfolio that you might have. So a lot of different ways you can use ETFs, a lot of different ways you can go about accomplishing these tasks. Guys, thank you very much for joining me today, and thanks, of course, Brent Morse, for helping out here as well. And we talked about ETFs, talked about the characteristics, and we looked at some specific examples. Thanks, Brent. Thanks all of you for joining me. My thanks to our great production staff for helping out in this time. Thank you, everybody. We'll see you soon. Bye-bye.
struggling to make profitable trades because you're not looking at the open price across multiple time frames? Forget about setting up confusing chart signals or spending all day trying to decipher trading news or trying to perfectly...
Basically a 10 kilowatt system, and it's serving me pretty well actually, but I just wanted to make a little review as I'm just switching off for the night. Anyway, here it is. As you can see there, this is there's two PVs inputs. Actually, there's this one and there's this one, PV2, and then you have the mains out, which is here, and a secondary output as well. And there's the few more rack mounted batteries. These are them, basically a pair of 120 amp lithium iron phosphate batteries with a configuration of being connected in parallel, and then the overall positive and negative is connected to the initial battery, which is basically the power mister, which basically has, I think, 17 kilowatt storage power for the whole system. I'm hoping to split this again and just have maybe this on the house supply, and just have this supplying the house, and then having a smaller solar inverter charger, maybe at 6 kilowatts, to power the shed, which should be alright as the sun shines on it. And this inner temperature in this room reaches about maybe 35, almost 40 degrees C, so I've got to figure out how to lower the temperature and even raise it in the winter time, because it gets fairly chilly without the insulation. Anyway, that aside, this hybrid inverter is prone to extreme heat changes because it gets up to 40 degrees in here sometimes, and at night it goes below maybe 5-10 degrees C, so you know, you've got all these changes, and the fan comes on as well, so that helps things. But I've also got this additional fan blowing cold air into the vents here to prevent it. But it has gone offline one time when I think it overheated, and the whole light display just didn't register, and this purple light didn't come on. I think the batteries were fine. I just had to switch everything off or isolate the battery, and then take off the combiner box supply, because the solar panels come in here, going through the fuses and then coming out into the PV1 here. I had to isolate the power, the battery, and reset it. I think it was about 30 seconds just to reset it, just to get this working back up again. Initially, it was really scary because I thought I'd broken it, but it seems to be working anyway. Another fault as well is this Wi-Fi module. It's an old type. It doesn't connect to a mesh system, you know, the network mesh system. It's hard to explain, but this is an old protocol, Wi-Fi protocol, and it didn't work. So if I was to show you the mesh system, this is my mesh. It's a TP-Link Wi-Fi 6E. I think there's a Wi-Fi 7 now, but they're fairly expensive. I got this one, so it can cope with Wi-Fi switches and additional devices like the Wi-Fi module for the power mister. Anyway, to get this to talk to the module, I had to take a feed out and go into this old Wi-Fi extender, which acts as a Wi-Fi router, and I used the old SSID to communicate to this module. The reason why I did that is so I can get it to talk to them, to the app, iPhone app that I have for this. I haven't actually got the app to show you, but with the app I can actually talk to this. I can see the power going in, the solar going in, how much the condition of the batteries. I can even change some of the parameters, so I can charge it up, change the parameters of the batteries, so I can limit it to charge up to 83%, I think, and maybe up to 100%, but I wouldn't recommend keep doing that because you reduce the cycle life. Even though these are LifePo batteries, I would charge them up to 80%, so it gives you more cycle life. I think the maximum here for the cycle life is about 6,000 cycles, recharge cycles, so it should last me at least 5-10 years or so if I do it carefully. So I'm doing that carefully now, despite it being really warm in here. Hence I'm taking things slow and getting ready to put on the heat pump system, which isn't ready. Anyway, the outputs are going out through normal fuses, and then they're going out to like these plug boards here, as you can see, and it's not really safety. It's not really safe, but I'm using like really low fuses to get these connected. And then I've got the lights, which is these garden lights to light up this room, and a few things like charging devices. And the main reason to get that done as well is to sort out my hydroponic system, which is on a 12-volt system. So basically I'm trying to power the hydroponics, which uses 12-volt pumps just to pump the water through all these various devices. So I've got like a frame hydroponic system there, flatbed NFT system here, and this tower which I bought from eBay as well. And I used to use, light this up, the old 12-volt system, which basically it was enough power just to power up the hydroponic system, and using an old leisure battery. Can you see that below? So this leisure battery is connected to this, and then that used to power up the hydroponic system. I don't need that now. This area is just a general electronics workshop that I've been using just to repair a few things. It's all higgledy-piggledy because I haven't organised this yet. I'm still sorting out a few things. I've got other things like a ventilator. As you can hear, the pumps are working now. And to make sure that I know that they are working, I've got these lights that are on every time the pumps are working. Another device I'm using is this diesel heater, which is on a 12 volt 100 watt power supply to give me enough power to heat the glowworm on this, and to use this diesel heater. I'll probably use this on extreme cold nights, but normally this is not even switched on yet. But yeah, this is basically a slight tour of my shed, which isn't complete yet. I even need to do insulation here as well, so and as you can see, it's a bit messy over in that area as well. But
Kraken client support. It's like soccer. Out there, you can't see and know everything, but I'm connected to experts who have another perspective, who I can chat with whenever I need to. They're here to give me support and answer my questions. We all need a little help sometimes. But once it's decision time, that's all on me.
Manual labor is quickly being replaced by automated systems.
Engineering technology at ECPI University.
The need now is for skilled technicians that can maintain and operate those systems. ECPI was phenomenal. It fit my schedule so much more, it pushed me through so much faster. What I learned at ECPI directly transitioned into my career. I'm so happy, I'm so thrilled. I achieved the result that I originally set out for, a lasting career.
Take your career off pause. Get started today at ECPI University.
like I said, I'm still waiting for bits and pieces and working through this area, even though it's a bit of a mess. It's still a workbench, a test bed thing. But ultimately, I'm talking about the hybrid inverter. I've had this over a year now. So basically this has been working over a year off and on. It's only maybe 3 or 4 months that I've left it permanently on, because I recently acquired these batteries to give me enough storage power to last the whole night. And now I have it. It's working flawlessly except for the high temperature, but that can be explained with the summer months in this room when there's no way to regulate it. I thought ventilation might work, but definitely need a aircon system in here just to reduce the temperatures. Besides that, I think it's been working flawlessly, even though I haven't had any major loads. The main thing is to get this working, but later on I'll be testing things. I've actually tested a rice cooker in here many times over the few days in the morning to cook breakfast, but it seems to be working flawlessly with 800 watts, maybe 1000 watts for cooking on an induction cooker. But I've yet to test it with the heat pump system. This heat pump is a special one I ordered from China, because this one it's powered by a 48 volt system. I can't really tell, I can't really show you, but yeah, this system uses a 48 volt compressor, which Doesn't actually show you here, but trust me. Here it is. Here's the box it came in. 48 volts. So this 48 volt heat pump should be enough to be powered by these batteries, and I've got 17-ish kilowatts of battery storage to do that. I've yet to increase my solar panels as well, because I've got about maybe 800 watts of power going in here. I'm yet to put in another string. A maximum now, I'm thinking maybe 2-3 strings, and at the moment each string is about 200 volts of supply going in here. The maximum tolerance for voltage is
Holy shit, I got hit. Ricky, I'm hit. I'm hit. Oh, damn, that nigga. Oh, that scared the shit out of me. Holy fuck. You heard that shit? That nigga caught my ass. Woo, I got a heart attack. I just had a heart attack. I just died and came back. I just died. Oh my God, how did he get up there? What the fuck? That nigga was right there, boy. That nigga was right there, boy. Oh my God. Woo. 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 I just died. Ooh. Wait, you missed it. I just did. Oh, boy. You have to give me one last time, y'all. Yeah, to say goodbye. We'll give him that. He caught me. That was my ass. Where was he even at? What was that at? Oh, that's what he was on that floor. He was on the 3rd floor. Exactly, well, right where we had shot the zombie. Who's the cutie? He's so smooth. Who's this one snake? Can he come in here? Shit, is all the rules broken? Cause everything we know is a lie. He caught my ass one last time for the road. With my health, coughing. Oh, it didn't even hurt. I ate that junk, boy. I ate that junk. That nigga hit me and I ain't even feel it. I dodged that junk. He hit me though. That nigga stroked my ass. I ain't gonna. But everything I'm doing this time. Wearing on the street. Shit, I'm keeping my bed. Fuck out. Take these away from me so I don't pour them down.
You ain't looking at Carl, you looking at Eric, you looking at me.
I ain't acting like he's hungry, like he. I thought to clean his bowl up. Oh, here, I guess put it in the sink for me. I'll clean it when I finish, when I take my next break. Which will probably be soon, because this game, I hate them gay damn killing me. Nah, what you say? I'm talking to my mother. Huh? Hold on. Ow, fuck, I just snagged my hair. Ow. What'd you say? Oh shit. What the fuck going on here? What the fuck?
in here. The longer it takes me to find you, the worse it's gonna be. Bitch gotta be here somewhere. God damn it! Game over. It's all over now. Doors locked. Where are you? Show yourself. I know you're in here. The longer it takes me to find you, the worse it's gonna be. Bitch gotta be here somewhere. Son of a bitch. This is your last fucking chance. Show yourself. Now! Oh, fuck.